Hello, everyone. This is Dragon Ikari. I welcome you back to the Nexus of Realms. I'm sorry this ended up being so delayed, but we're finally coming back to Dragon Quest here. Tonight we're going to head back to Efagard to start the second part of Dragon Quest HD2D Remake with the Dragon Quest II playthrough. because so much of this week was occupied by Dragon Quest on top of the technical issues I was having, which fortunately do not seem to be an issue tonight. Fortunately for me, and I'm happy that's the case. Losing like 60 or 70% of my frames just out of nowhere last night. Fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case tonight, so whatever issue I was having doesn't seem to be happening now. So, count my blessings, I guess, for that for the moment. But, not gonna debate too much on that, so... Before we get started into Dragon Quest, just sort of a quick note here. There probably won't be very many streams next week, just because of the holidays and the timing of everything. So probably won't be doing too much. I'm still working on some other projects, including the edited version of the 7.4 MSQ, as well as the M7S compilation as well, still being worked on, while I'm still working on every other thing here. So it's all coming together little by little as I go along here, so I appreciate you guys spending whatever time you can with me on this stuff. Even that, yeah, you know, there's a lot of other things I know you guys could be doing, so I do appreciate it when you take your time to spend some time with me and my various projects that I work on, so. And we're continuing our venture into YouTube. Hello, YouTube. As the multi-streaming seems to be working fine. There's still some hiccups in it. I haven't really decided whether or not to just leave the VoIPs on YouTube as they are to spend more time working on them, but as long as it takes me to get certain projects out, I'm afraid to do that right now. So we're probably just going to leave them as is until I figure out a better way to do this. Because right now, every project I add to the list takes a long period of time for me to work on just because the amount of time I need to do it. Pardon me, my stomach's giving me a few issues here, but... so... With that, I'm hoping in 2026 to start adding some more stuff as I go along here and maybe find more effective ways to do some of these projects I've been working on, but... But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, let's go ahead and start into Dragon Quest 2, since I've kind of put this off for a bit here. So, if you remember when we left off with the original Dragon Quest, we concluded the original story, defeated the Dragon Lord, and Princess Gwendolyn and the hero left to form their own kingdom outside of the bounds of Tanagel. So, Dragon Quest 2 takes place... I think it's something like 100 years after the original Dragon Quest ends. Basically, after leaving, the descendants of those two formed three kingdoms. I don't remember what the three kingdoms. It's Moonbrook, Cannock. I can't remember the last one off the top of my head, but we'll probably pull it up again once we get going here. But Dragon Quest 2 kind of, in its original form, holds kind of the title of probably my second least favorite of the original Dragon Quest games. And I believe I did bring this up during the introduction to Dragon Quest 1, but Dragon Quest 2 kind of had the problem of being a continuation of the first game and kind of using the same process as the first game, but with a much larger map and a lot longer play time. The characters only had basically a handful of lines when they first joined the party. They don't develop, they don't get involved. There's like a total of like 5 scenes that have any interaction whatsoever, and the rest of it is basically scouring the map for the invisible things you need in order to progress through the game, which if you were going to progress through it would sometimes require you to remember what a random NPC said halfway across the map. Could be clear on the other side of the world, and they give you some hint to something that's completely on the other side of the map, and well, it drags a bit. We'll just say that much. It suffered from the limited like storytelling of Dragon Quest 1, but drawn out over a longer period of time. Despite being a sequel, the villain in Dragon Quest 2, in its original incarnation, there is no real indication of where this guy came from, why he's doing what he's doing, and it just sort of plays out from there. There's not really an explanation for much of anything, really. So, Dragon Quest 2, even compared to Dragon Quest 1, had a huge amount of stuff it could expand on, and we're going to see how they expanded upon that as we move forward here. The one major change that most people know about right away is that originally Dragon Quest 3 only had 3 characters. And these 3 characters were split among basically the 3 central archetypes at the time. You had the guy, the strong attacker who didn't use magic at all, the guy who used magic and physical attacks equally, and then the princess who was just basically the major caster. Well, this version of Dragon Quest adds a 4th character. The middle one I mentioned's younger sister. Now, this sister was in the original Dragon Quest, but she had basically no role in the story. She appeared in the the castle of this prince. She's apparently too young to be involved, and it just gets told to stay behind, and that's about the extent of her plot. So that means I don't really know what to expect from having the 4th character in the plot. As I said, Dragon Quest 2 didn't have a very complicated plot to begin with. So it's kind of hard to say how they're going to expand on it, because they expanded on Dragon Quest 1 far more than I thought they were going to do that. And as I said, that expansion kind of with the original Dragon Quest kind of resulted in a few kind of weird balancing quirks I kind of noticed throughout the playthrough of this first game. But I have a feeling those balance quirks will be a little less noticeable once we get to Dragon Quest 2 and have multiple party members again and aren't restricted to 1 action per turn, which will probably make a bit of a difference in how we deal with certain things, but that's kind of what we're looking at here. As I said, it was not my favorite of the franchise in its original form, but given the number of surprises the 2D remake of the original Dragon Quest performed, it's hard to say what we're going to get here, so why don't we go ahead and get going on that. So all right. Off to the viewing room. Well, I'll say it was something like this last time, but we'll go with it for now. I'll adjust as needed, I guess. All right. Many years have passed since Aefgard was saved at the hero's hands, earning him the same title as his storied forebearers. Now there thrives 3 kingdoms founded by the latest Edric and his scions. Yet soon too thrives the darkness. A sudden invasion of malice monsters plunged the world into shadow once again. All that stands between the forces of evil and their wicked ambitions is a band of young princes and princesses of Edric's line. The time has come for them to venture forth to do their ancestors proud. Okay. Not too much different there. quest.
Once upon a time, a young hero, descended from the legendary warrior Erdrick, defeated the dreaded Dragon Lord and restored peace and light to the world.
Yep, we did that.
Having done so, he set off on a journey with his new bride, and together they founded a kingdom of their own. This kingdom came to be ruled by their children, and by their children after them. Under the enlightened rule of the scions of Erdrick, the nation grew ever greater and more prosperous. As the years passed, other adventurous scions forged forth into the unknown, founding new kingdoms in their ancestors' image. Thus came there to be 3 nations ruled by those descended of the hero and his maiden. The first and oldest of the 3 was the Kingdom of Middenhall, named after the castle built by the hero and his
Middenhall, that was the 3rd one that I was forgetting.
Oh, my beautiful boy.
Thou wilt grow into a fine leader of the land. Of this I am certain.
After Middenhall was founded the Kingdom of Cannock, a nation nestled betwixt misty mountains and lush forests.
Look, husband, he possesseth thy steely gaze.
A handsome devil, to be sure. Now, what name might befit one so dashing?
Oh, that's right, I have you. I'm just going to go with the default name for this.
It is perfect, is it not?
The very height of perfection, my dear. A mighty name for a yet mightier heir.
Lastly came the Kingdom of Moonbrook, founded by a spell-casting scion to whom weavers of magic flocked from the world over.
Dear, supposest thee the princes of Middenhall and Cannock might deign to play with our daughter when the 3 are older?
I doubt not but they shall forge a fellowship most firm, as I did with my cousins the kings. But first, she will need a name that befitteth her station. And, after great pondering, I believe I have happened upon just that. Come, lend me thine ear.
Caronel.
Yes.
I don't know what these names are, but
And her future will be bright. I swear it.
Thus did the legendary line continue into another generation. Some years later,
Okay, this looks like the starting scene from the original game.
Most formidable. Thine ancestors' blood runneth strong in thy veins.
Oh, please, Father. Thou knowest full well mine abilities pale in comparison to thine. Thou hast mastered all manner of spells, of which I as yet know naught.
'Tis true, I was once a caster of no little renown, though now...
Father!
Alas, some matters are beyond even the purview of magic.
Come, Father. Let us repair to thy chamber.
Yep, this is how the game originally started on the original version.
What now?
By the goddess! Guards! Assemble!
Majesty, I bring grave tidings! Lookouts report an army of fiends upon the horizon. They draw ever closer.
Curse thee, Hargon!
Hargon?
Admittedly, this is a lot more elaborate than the original version was.
Muster the castle guard! Keep them out! I too will make...
Father!
Sire!
Care not for this old fool. Go to thy captain. Tell him...
I fear it is too late!
No! No!
Begone, fiends!
Father! What is happening? What will become of us?
Still thy heart. Thou shalt escape this place.
Oh, I'd recognize those ugly mugs anywhere. It's the king and his darling daughter. Lord Hargon was clear in his instructions. Let no one live.
Just as I feared. But wherefore now? It mattereth not. Moonbrook will not fall today. They knew our faces. Then I have no choice. This way, my child.
Father, please, I do not understand.
Listen to me. Thou hast thy mother's beauty and her wisdom. Thou wert ever our pride and our joy. Since the day of thy birth, everything I have done for thee. I would trade 1,000 lives to live this one with thee anew.
Thou speakest as if this is the last time we shall be together. I shall never leave thy side.
Come. This is my kingdom, and I refuse to relinquish it without a fight.
Okay, I can already see they're changing something slightly.
He knows a spell or two. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
Wherefore do you tarry so? Do not tell me you have had a change of heart. Today, you battled the bloodline of Erdrick.
Well, this is, well, not the greatest start of an adventure, is it?
Must warn Middenhall. There thou art, beloved son. Though thou seemst mightily vexed, didst thou dream ill-omened dreams, perchance?
That seems to be our thing at this point.
Our dreams are the mirror of our souls, my boy. If ever aught should trouble thee, thou must needs share it. Thus is a problem halved, as the saying goes. But enough of such talk. Today is a day like any other, and thou must needs be about thy duties. Pray, go into the streets of the city and walk amongst thy people. Speak to them of their hopes and fears, that thou might one day rule wisely over them. And thence to the practice ground, that thy sword might one day suffice to protect them. For thou art mine heir, but thou art also heir to mighty Erdrick, hero of legend, and thus is thy duty twofold. Thou must needs be king and hero both. 'Tis no easy path, but I trust that thou wilt tread it well.
Pray, stop by to see the item seller this day, Highness. Tidings oft travel fastest among those who cross the land in search of profit. There is much to be learned from such people, and thence to the captain of the guard, and learn that of the sword which he might see fit to teach thee.
Okay. So they're starting this off slightly differently here. Said basically, in the original version of the game, that guard that wandered away came to the here, and then the game just immediately started after that point. But it looks like they're starting with an introduction sequence instead. Probably to act as a tutorial if you try to play the two games out of order, I'm guessing. Alright, just 1 second here. Okay, the recall ability might be more useful here than it was in the first game, but we'll see here. First go to the item seller. If any aught of note afoot in the land, news will have reached her of it. Mine art mine heir, but thou also heir to mighty Edric, hero of legend. Thus thy duty is twofold. Thou must be both king and hero both. 'Tis no easy path, but I trust that thou wilt trot it well. goody, more Shakespearean speak. I think it'd be painful to listen to me read this, but hey, what the heck. Green's Highness, may all thy endeavors, whatever they might be, meet with success this fine day. Highness, once more thou tourest the town, speaking with thy people. Thou art truly diligent indeed. My brother, too, is a castle guard over Moonbrook Way. I pray that he may soon be granted a leave of absence to come home to visit us. Yeah, about that. Treasure check is locked. If thou would do battle with fearsome fiends, then thou must equip thyself accordingly, Highness. But this does not mean seeking out the biggest sword or the stoutest armor. Even a lesser item can be blessed with beneficial effects. They say the prince over in Canuck is skilled with both sword and spell. He must be a fine young man indeed. Pray take care of the teleporter that lieth just ahead, Highness. Should thou trip and fall into it, thou will be transported to a place many leagues away in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's too early to be doing that. You're in your prime, Highness, and yet you hardly touch your food. Could you wish for a second or even a 15th bowl? You just need to say the word. 50th. Yeah, this is gonna be painful, is it? Alright. Sorry, I needed to mark something down. The king is doubtless a great man, but he's also surprisingly stern. He does not seem to type to revel in idle chit-chat or such frivolities. Feathered cap. Mighty Mid-Hall swordsmanship. The royal line of Mid-Hall possesses knowledge of such fascinating fighting techniques. These are only taught of those of royal blood who have proven their devotion to the art of swordsmanship. Kennel Prague, Helm Splitter, Cutting Edge, the list continues. But continues the line of kings and queens, princes and princesses, or variable maestros of the martial arts. Yeah. Because we're back to a party system in this game. Every character is sort of falls into a general archetype, as I mentioned earlier. Greetings, your highness. As I must say, as ever, your garments suit you most handily. You are dashing indeed, teehee. Yeah, I wonder why goggles became fashionable in the last 100 years, but hey. The peace we enjoy, we owe entirely to the effort of those who came before us. We must never forget to thank them for this their greatest gift. And so we begin our adventure log. Oh, I already did that. Dragon Quest rule number 1. Search everything and everyone. just want to turn that to toggle so I didn't have to mess with it. But yeah, as you can guess already, the main character here is basically the melee fighter. You can wear the heaviest armor, does the most damage, and probably has access to the most powerful magic stuff. If you're a hero, Sir Prince, why are you able to cast a single spell? It's surpassingly strange, is it not? My husband down entreats me to be more ladylike, more like the Princess Gwaelin, wife of the mighty Edric, but for all we know, the princess was mischievous and spirited soul. Oh, I think there's a picture of her. I think that's what that is. I patrol the castle that any rogue element might be swiftly spotted and dealt with. Okay, I think we ventured through here, so let's go ahead and head outside. Middenhall. Already did that. Good morning to thee, young prince, and a fine one it is, too. Dost thou sleep soundly, Highness? Myself did not. I woke in the dead of the night with a strange feeling of anxiousness. Sounds I'm exhausted and need a little respite, or perhaps even a holiday. I hear that Cannock is surprisingly pretty this time of year. The king is hard on both himself and those who serve him, and with good reason. Were not for his unwavering steadfastness, Middenhall would not be the kingdom it is today. Highness, just the man I wish to see. I am waiting delivery of a consignment of goods from Fair Moonbrook. It should have been here yesterday, and yet nothing. Alas, due to the sorry state of affairs, my shelves are nigh bare, though if you'd like to pursue them, you are most welcome. Pretty sure I'm already equipped with the best stuff that's available at this point in the game. The merchant of Moonbrook, who I deal with, is a punctual soul. Not once has he failed to appear ere now. The men are over to want to oversleep, or to otherwise tardy, all is well, I am sure. Well, well, if it was not my dear friend, Prince Charmless. Heir to the mighty Edric, and yet able to not cast much as a spell to ward off wards. Have you not better to do than fritter your days away in idle conversation? Still thy imprudent tongue, thou scaly saucy rogue. Idle conversation indeed. The prince does a great kindness to us all by speaking to our woes and worries. What quarrel does thou have with such a noble and upstanding young fellow, None. I just thought, being the hero and future King Birth, they would not prefer our prince to rely on main force alone. And a word of warning, the effect it might aid him in growth. Thou thinkst thyself fit to counsel princes? Ha! Then thou art a bone-headed indeed. Begone, swaggerly oaf, away with you. Forsee, fear not, Highness. The people know full well the purpose of thy daily tour of the town, how diligent thy practice thy swordcraft each and every afternoon. Pay no heed to the prattling of green-eyed nincompoops. You stand firmly at thy back. I have kept you too long, away to the practice ground, and may fortune attend thee. Okay, I'm going to hold on to that cap for now because it might be useful for one of my party members later. Yeah, the party members sort of join fairly early into the game, so I won't be alone for too long. It must be a fine thing to indeed be born a prince and a so-called hero. You need not prove your worth at all, nor suffer any hardships, and still people will bow and scrape at your feet. Ah. Sounds like you had a bit of a problem, me. Need a stamina. And unlike the last game, I want to hold on to those until I get my party in. Yeah. Thou askest why I shun my fellow man, hide myself away in here? I can tell thee, pal, but once told, the tale cannot be untold. Are thou certain thou wishes me to spill the beans nonetheless? Yes. Well, 'tis I like this, damn. See. Lovely, clampless dampness. Well, no hidden motive, it's just what it is, I guess. We're back to the 3 keys again, so take a note for the future. Monsters do roam freely behind these walls. Your Highness, I would ask that thou return to safety. So you would, I guess. There may be those who speak ill of thee, Highness, but I beg of thee, ignore them. They are envious of thy station and thy unassailable dignity, not more. Evening, feel good. The problem lieth with thee. Nay, it lieth in the jealous hearts of the small-minded. Okay, that's just a save spot. Less talking, more action, curse thee. Is thy arm I wish to see flying back and forth, not thy tongue? What have I told thee, worm? Craftsmanship requires 3 things: love, kindness, and forbearance, and silence! My master speaks of silence, yet he's the one who's never ceased to roar and bellow. Sounds like an employer to me. Mini medal. Start the collection again. Okay. How to heal. Okay, this is just the usual stuff. Marvelous. Oh, that's the same kit we got from in the first game. I think it's just the cat suit I really don't want to use. If you're making for Canuck, it would be best to follow the road west and stop by Lefwyn. It's the safest route I know. The northwestern route through the forest and over the mountains will get you there quickest, though less surely alive. I think we've explored everything outside, so we can make for the guard station to start our training, etc., etc. Okay, that was that area I was in before.
Highness, come, the practice ground awaiteth. Though I fear there is precious little left for me to teach thee. Despite thy youth, thy skill already approacheth mine own, nay, exceedeth it perhaps. To have tutored such a prodigy in the arts maketh me right proud. But I am yet captain of the guard, and have pride of mine own to think of. I do not mean to yield to thee just yet, young prince. Make ready!
These wounds! Friend, what misfortune hath befallen thee?
Okay, time for the original intro to resume.
Brother! Wherefore wouldst thou abandon thy post at Moonbrook Castle? And how came thee to be injured so?
My wounds matter not. The king, I must speak with him. Please.
Of course. His Majesty will see him, surely. Come, we will take you there.
What is the meaning of this? What hath befallen thee, friend?
Majesty, Moonbrook Castle. Attacked. Monsters. A great horde of fiends.
Stay with us. I beseech thee.
Fear not, brother. We shall meet again.
No!
He did his duty to the last, and expended his final breath that we might learn of the assault on Moonbrook. His was a grit and forbearance granted to few.
Well, considering he crossed a monster-infested land with severe injuries, yes.
It seemeth ill deeds are afoot in the kingdom of Moonbrook, but we do not yet know the full truth. Pray, do not speak of this until such time as the facts of the matter have been ascertained, lest panic spread needlessly among the populace. Sire, in the meantime, make ready to defend the city. I would speak with my son. Come, child, below with thee.
Velas broke a horde of monsters, yet mighty Moonbrook could surely stand firm in the face of the largest attacking force. Could it not? It was a heroic feat indeed to deliver the news of Moonbrook's fall, as that poor soldier did. Brother mine, they did thy duty well. What signifies this commotion? Soldiers of Moonbrook are greatly skilled at both magic and swordplay both. Yet, despite this, how? Is all to miss? The king himself just exited the castle.
Another such tragedy befell our world some decades since. a great monstrous horde laid waste to the land of Renderak. The horde was commanded by one who styled himself High Priest Hargon, fearful that the High Priest's minions might make Middenhall their next port of call. My father did shore up the kingdom's defenses and set his men to watch for monsters on the horizon. I must confess that the further the tragedy drifted in time, the more I had thought the danger past. But the similarities between the assault just now reported and the one my father described cannot be denied. Could this be another Renderak? I hardly dare believe it.
Seems to be.
We must ascertain the facts of what hath befallen Moonbrook as soon as we are able. I would have thee journey to Cannock, there to share these unfortunate tidings with the king of that realm. None can afford to remain ignorant if the horde is abroad. Thence thou must visit Moonbrook and see with thine own eyes what hath befallen it. I must needs remain here to see to our defenses, as my father did before me. Wilt thou bear this burden on my behalf, beloved son?
I need to get the plot moving, so yeah.
Glad to hear it. Now, before thou departest, a gift. A necklace, to be precise. The princess's pledge. Ere he became the first and greatest king of this land, thine ancestor, mighty Erdrick, did set out upon a perilous quest to defeat the Dragon Lord. This necklace was presented unto him by a certain fair maiden, with whom he did forge a firm and lasting
Princess
bond
Gwendolyn's
on his travels.
necklace that we used.
Shall surely aid thee on thy path.
It was also used to communicate with Rubus and the fairies, so that would make the most sense here.
Now away with thee. Venture westward from our realm, and thou shalt reach the village of Leftwine soon enough. From there, cast thine eyes northward, and thou shalt espy the castle of Cannock. As thou well knowst, in Cannock and Moonbrook both are to be found others, through whose veins floweth the blood of the hero of legend. Take care, my child. I have faith that thou wilt see thy duty done.
Necklace which I did entrust thee guideth those who flowed through whose veins flowed through the blood of heroes. I do not doubt that they'll aid thee greatly in thy quest. Yeah, the necklace wasn't part of the original story, so it's probably going to be used for plot stuff. Before thou departest, Highness, pray take this. Receive 200 gold and some items. We knew this peace could not last, and yet, for Moonbrook to have fallen is a blow beyond imagining. Know that His Highness sends thee forth his duty dictates. He is the king, and a descendant of mighty Edric to boon. But he is also a father. I have no doubt that he'll fret mightily for the safety on the road. I beg of thee, take care. Okay. So this is where the story primarily starts, so we need to start seeking out our party members. As I said, they joined relatively early in the story, and they basically, for the most part, stick with you throughout the entire story, so... Okay, yeah, there's not anything I can use here, so... Let's finally get started. Actually, we're hitting up the first break, so let's do that first and then we'll move forward. All right. All right. Speed it up a little bit. Kind of forgot how slow the default speed was. Limes. Wouldn't be a Dragon Quest game without them. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't heal too much until I get a party member since he can't really cast spells. He makes up for it in a lot of attack power, though, so that helps a little bit. And the fact that I regain health when I level up makes a big difference, also. Because that wasn't a thing in the original game. Better keep the medical herbs handy for the time being. Left win. This humble settlement is the village of Leftwind. It is a traveler's resting place of some renown. Oh, it's safe. Nothing I can use anyway. Welcome to our inn, on whose comfort and cordiality we do pride ourselves. Why not stay with us a while? Knowest thou the Prince of Connaught? 'Tis say he is a noble fellow, skilled with both sword and spell. Feat of agility. Well, art thou a child of breeding? Thou art a child of breeding, art thou not? It is plain from how thou carries thyself. Shh. That's a weird way to put it. He could be a more blunt about it. Where art thou heading, friend? To Canuck, perchance? Long have I been to visit the place, yet I fear I grow too old to make the journey north. Along with Mendenhall and Moonbrook, 'tis one of the three kingdoms founded by the descendants of mighty Edric. Seed of Luck. You are at a great loss what to buy. Ha, friend, do not speak not so foolishly. Buy all the best armor and arms on offer, You're worried about the string of your purse? Then I suggest you focus on defensive equipment. Doubtless you know the saying, a weak blade never kills its killer, weak armor less so. When one lacks in strength of arms, one might make up for magic, skills, and strategy. Medical herb. When faced with a multitude of fiends, one might decide upon a strategy post-haste, namely, if one would target the strongest foe first or the weakest. However, once one's mind is made up easily when faced with enemies with power to summon allies anew, such adversaries must be bested for all others. Let's see. A little short finance-wise for the time being, so... My beloved brother served at the castle guard at Moonbrook. Some days ago he did entrust his only son under my care. He did promise to return ere long to spend some time with the boy just as soon as he might earn a leave of absence. Oh boy. There might be a problem with that. Leather hat. Main clothes. One cannot simply spend days complaining about that anything and everything is a bother. Or for a man who is once poisoned cannot heal himself does end up ere long in his coffin. Begone, fool. Canst thou see this is a lover's tryst? My father is a guard at Moonbrook Castle. To hold such a post he must be a great man indeed, do you not agree? You had better, for soon he shall return here to visit us, and he shall have words with anyone who speaks ill of him. Count Yonder's father does serve in Moonbrook. His mother passed away long ago, thus he's entrusted to the care of his aunt. Oh boy. Yeah. Might be a bit of an issue. This place was once a simple stopping place on the road between Canuck and Meidlehall, but as the two kingdoms grew, it grew along with them, both in size and prosperity. Perhaps the hero legend and Princess Gwayland herself stayed here once. Just imagine. All right. Let's head off to Canuck then, because we've been to everything. Oh, not quite everything. Ah! Pray it don't startle me so. I nearly trotted in horse manure. Alright. See, treasure. Yeah, the Prince of Middenhall could literally only really attack or defend in the original game because the original game didn't have, like, offensive skills that you could use. They can actually do stuff. And then just see how hard he can hit for. Alright, we're already here, so we should be good. Canuck. Welcome, wanderer, to the kingdom of Canuck. Allow me to impart advice onto you. Purchase medical herbs with chimera wings often and in quantities great. Those who scamp and say, buying only a few at a time, win themselves a one-way ticket to an early grave. I refuse to set forth lest I possess 20 medical herbs and 10 chimera wings. Only then do I feel suitably prepared. That might be a little much. Might be a little bit much. Just now I spied upon the southern horizon a glow of great conflagration. I pray that naught has fallen our brothers and sisters in the peaceful realm of Moonbrook. Though the soil here is fertile and the growing good, insects are a constant nuisance. Not as ever easy, I suppose. On handling scrolls, scrolls are imbued with power of many different spells and abilities. They can be used to make that power one's own. As such, they must be handled with both care and respect. However, they do not allow anyone to obtain such knowledge, and those unattuned to the arts that sleep within the scroll have nothing to gain by pursuing it. Scrolls are not necessarily unique. Some may have multiple copies still. That's not an excuse to handle them with the requisite care and respect. All those that ignore this advice may be visited by the naughty stick. Naughty stick? I'm just gonna pretend I didn't read that. Alright. Canuck is fine, fertile, and fruitful place indeed. Its all crops are delicious and bountiful both. Yeah, I'm guessing the scrolls are similar to the ones from the one we just played. It's just they're probably more character specific, and not every character can learn every skill, unlike in the first game. It'll be a little more character specific this time. Lock lid. This is Canuck, one of the 3 realms found by the scions of the mighty Edric, and it's a passing pleasant place indeed. Or to next, to Middenhall perhaps. And on the way, a stroll to fair Leftwind to break up the monotony of the road. Feat of defense. Medical herb. Our own prince is something of a spellcaster, unlike the Prince of Middenhall, or so I hear. But they say that self-same prince is somewhat of a master of the sword. Truly, we do all have our strengths and weaknesses. save money by not staying at the end just yet. Let's see. Let's see here. One day I too shall be like the princess. I shall train and train and train and train some more until I'm stronger than any other. My daughter worships the young princess. Why, she wakeseth every day at dawn to see her highness on her morning run about the town. That one such noble should be trying her best despite being born into comfort is an inspiration indeed for the little one. Head lies Canuck Castle beyond thy best behavior now. Would assume they would already know who I am, but oh well. To be fair, the original version didn't make any effort to pretend to acknowledge anything either. The throne room where the king and queen may be found lieth ahead on the left-hand side. The king and I did enjoy a tipple late together of an evening. It is until we were discovered by the queen and scolded most mercilessly. Why is it not Prince Dragon of the Middelhand who stands before me? Give us, highness, though thou art surpassing dutiful, I fear our own prince and princess are somewhat free-spirited by comparison. Why, just the other day, the princess did think to make a poison mire here in the castle grounds, claiming she wished to tempt her resistance or somewhat. That child beggars belief. I think this princess is a little on the crazy side here, but the jail lies ahead. It's not a place to enter for one's idle amusement. Well, I'm going to do it anyway. Thou art free to speak with the prisoners through the bar if thou wouldst, but pray approach them with care. Since thou didst go all the trouble of visiting me here, allow me to share a little pearl of wisdom. There's a key in this world that can open any door, just imagine. The metal. The more we stain our hands with wicked acts, the higher we can climb the ranks of the army of the faithful. What luck to be imprisoned here besides one so damn foul. Pray, what did I do to deserve such punishment? The plagued fiend near the castle entreats me to do wrong. Come, friend, the world shall soon end. What does it matter aught? With this and other such pleasantry does bombard me with. So highly aggressive as he is, I've been put off wrongdoing entirely. Well, I guess your punishment's working then, isn't it? My respect for Her Majesty the Queen knows no bounds. She is kind where kindness is required, and stern when sternness is the order of the day. She is a wise woman indeed. It seems there are those among people who seek to sow discord and mistrust. How do such souls live with themselves? Insert modern commentary here. All right. Herein is keeping the great treasure of the royal line of Canuck, one once possessed by the hero of legend himself. Only one deserving the title hero may suffer to claim the contents of this chest. And I mean not merely through ones whose veins the blood of the hero courses. I mean the one whom the people might place their trust, whose strength and kindness they may have the utmost faith. And also the magic key, because that is a blue box. Beyond lies the princess' chambers. I'm tasked with her safekeeping, and yet I sometimes feel like it is I who must be kept safe from her. You don't fire spells off in my direction without a by your leave, and challenge me to duels over the merest of trifles, all in the name of training. 'Tis not an easy post, I tell thee. The hot-headed princess. Cousin, I feel like it's been years since you last visit. Have you come to seek your playmate, my dolt of a brother? Alas, he's abroad, on an errand surpassing foolishness. I dare not speak of it. Harsh, isn't it? Bronze knife. Crack scroll. And there's no way he's going to be able to use it. Yep, I didn't think so. Okay, time to go speak to the king and queen about this situation.
Well met, young Middenhall.
How thou art grown since last we saw thee. Yet the furrow of thy brow suggesteth all is far from well.
This and this, that and that.
Moonbrook is fallen. Her armies laid waste by a vast horde of fiends. Yet as thou sayest, we have but one soldier's word. It would behoove us to learn the truth before acting unduly. Wait! Pray, take our boy with thee.
Though some regard him as something of a featherbrain sort, he is
Featherbrain
assiduous
sort.
in his daily training with sword and spell.
Where art thou, boy? Thy presence is required in the throne room.
Whatever is the matter, Daddy? If you were looking for that wayward brother of mine, I'm afraid you shan't find him here. He set off for the wellspring of the hero earlier this morn.
Even now, he marcheth to the beat of a drum entirely his own. Mine apologies, fair prince. Yet I could not forgive myself, wert thou to go companionless and any harm were to befall thee. Wouldst thou be willing to journey to the wellspring of the hero and bring back my son?
Forgive us for troubling thee so, but we should be ever grateful.
Gotta get the plot
Once
going
thou hast
somehow.
located our boy, do see he is returned to the castle. There are matters I would see discussed before you two depart. Is my cousin Moonbrook no more?
We do not know that, dear. Let us not dwell on that we cannot control, but turn our attentions to that we can.
Quite. Summon the Chancellor. The kingdom must be fortified.
Pray, if thou intendest to speak with either of their majesties, do so with respect befitting their station. My brother has a head start, it is true, but surely you can catch up with such an inveterated dwaddler as he, surely. Harsh. You're definitely the sister, aren't you? Prince Caradog is a kind soul at heart. He's simply somewhat blind to other thoughts and feelings sometimes. Much to the amusement of his onlookers, I must say. Actually, that's a magic key door.
Quickly, in here!
What? Huh? Hey!
What was all that talk of Moonbrook just now? gracious! That is terrible news, and I can well understand why Father is loath to let you go alone. Then it is decided. I will accompany you on your hunt for my darling. After all, if he is to play his part as a scion of the hallowed hero, then so must I. It is as I always say, age is no excuse to laze. I hardly think that Mummy and Daddy Dearest will allow me to join you on your journey to Moonbrook. But at the very least, I can help you find my brother, can't I? Wonderful! Well, now that is settled, let us prepare to depart. Adventure awaits.
Yeah, as I kind of said earlier, in the original version...
But first, I must dress for the occasion. Step outside for a moment, please.
Because she comments of wanting to join the party in the original game, but her brother says absolutely not. But...
Well, what do you make of my travelling togs? I sewed them myself, you know. Honestly, you boys wouldn't know needlework if it poked you in the eye. When a lady asks for your opinion on her outfit, you say it's stunning or breathtaking, or if you're feeling particularly adventurous, sublime beyond belief. Anyway, on the subject of feeling adventurous, let us be honest.
You realize you're talking to the muscle head of the group, right?
I do not stand on ceremony. I have a name for a reason. By all means, call me by it.
Madeline. No, it's Matilla. Matilla? This is gonna bother me if I don't figure out how to pronounce this. 1 second.
Matilda.
Matilda. Okay, I had it right before. All right.
Now that is settled, let us fly to the east, over field and forest, and down into the depths of the earth. The wellspring of the hero awaits.
Anok's finest is along for the ride. While with you, the princess will help fight against any enemies you cross swords with. However, she hasn't officially decided to join your party yet. The independent-minded miss won't take any orders from you, nor allow you to rifle through her items or equipment. Okay. Okay, so I can't really do anything with her right now. She's just along to help me smack things and, so I can't see her spells or anything, so I don't really know what to expect out of her, really. Assuming she's probably a blended magic or spell user similar to her brother, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Did you just insult people? Holy crap.
Fight on!
Madeline, you're making things worse, not better. Just made the guy super strong for no apparent reason. Yeah, I mean, so far she seems to fight similar to the Prince of Canuck, though I don't know if she stays that way or if she moves one direction or the other, but I guess we'll find out. There's some odd attacks. She won't follow orders. I can't count on her necessarily to heal me here, so I'm going to have to be a little careful. At the moment, you can also take damage and it doesn't matter. Learn ability, Stone Throw. Okay, this is our first dungeon. Spring itself is a little further in. That's where we shall find my brother performing his oblations. Normally he forgoes the bath entirely, but today of all days he chose to soak himself in the holy water. You too must think of his timing leaves a little to be desired. Right, still I must not do him unduly. Though his wits might be scattered, his heart is always in the right place. Now enough chitter-chatter, let's find the heir to the Canuck crown. Well, that'll be helpful. I really don't want to have to go all the way back. Chimera Wing. small stones at all enemies. Alright. Actually have to use these. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured there'd be another box. Suit of shell armor. Oh yeah, that's a decent upgrade. At least for this early on, anyway. Yeah, he doesn't have any attacks that I can get through with the hallucination without any magic, so I'm just gonna have to keep swinging.
Time to play with fire.
At least you can throw fireballs.
Ow!
That drug out way longer than it needed to. Oh. Tell me, have you cleansed yourself in the wellspring of the hero? 'Twas a shame to do so, and having come all this way. Alright. Pretty straightforward path from here, so let's just follow it. Really, any other option? He thinks as this princess has spent too much time reading stories. Hilda, you're not helping. Seed of Luck. You've done well reaching the Wellspring of Heroes, Wanderer. Young Prince of Connacht had taken part of the blessing just a short while prior. Grad didn't bother. Do you mean we said we just missed him? Alas, it seems so. Perhaps you will find him in Middenhall. His Highness mentioned that he meant to visit the castle once the rite was complete. Why must he test my patience so? And why Middenhall? Oh, it hardly matters. Let's hurry him lest he escapes us again. Highness, I am fully aware of the urgency of thy quest, yet I fear stormy waters thy heart may lead thee astray. It is for you of Edric's bloodline to steer the people of this fair realm through the storm, not to be tossed hither and thither by it. Yes, I know, sorry. Then come, cleanse yourself in this blessed waters and pray for the favor of mighty Edric. I speak of thee as well, Prince Middenhall. O hero of legend, grant those who walk the path of the Savior thy guidance and protection. Ritual is complete. May you walk in the light of the goddess. Okay. Yeah, it's time for a wild goose chase. Because we kind of had to chase him around the original game, too. The only difference is that Chimera wings are a lot more plentiful than they were in the original game. Beloved dragon, this is not the Princess Connacht I see at thy side. What do we owe the pleasure? I regret to inform you that the Prince Caradoc did return to his homeworld a short while before your coming. He had first been to the Wellspring of Heroes and came thence here, I believe. But upon hearing that I sent thee forth to Canadoc to deliver tidings of the assault on Moonbrook, he thence returned home. That bothersome brother of mine, wherever we seek him, he most assuredly is not. Thank you, Majesty. We should go to him right away. Good, but take care on the road. Wilt thou see that thy young cousin comes to no harm with that now, dragon? You're both very kind, but it is I who protect Prince Dragon, not the other way around. I am greatly reassured to hear it. My cousin the king hath raised a most fearsome young warrioress indeed. Beloved son, I pray your path crosses thy cousin ere long. When thou pray, join forces with him and seek the truth of what's afoot in this land. Chimera Wing number 2, and the Canuck. Speak to the king and queen. Prince Dragon, lo, it appears my son is not with thee. You mean he's still not returned? More to the point, dearest daughter of mine, where dost forth don such a traveling garb? Thou surely hast not been accomplishing the prince on his travels. Fear not, father, I was merely helping him find my brother, as he's still not returned. He did not. Did thou not meet with him at this wellspring? He had already left the spring by the time we arrived, and the same was true for Middenhall. Perhaps he stopped somewhere along the way. That is worryingly plausible. There is nothing, we'll just have to keep searching. Hold on a moment. Matilda, my dear, pray enlighten me on why the prince requires thy aid in this. Maybe I am not my brother's keeper, but I am his sister. As such, I am duty-bound to help anyone who seeks him out. Once her brother has been found, I'll return to the peaceful humdrum of princeship, I assure you. Will thou return here the moment thy brother is discovered, thou swearest? 'Twas be if I would never gone. Very well. My apologies, Prince Dragon. I trust my daughter's company will not inconvenience you unduly. See, he does not resent my company. He delights in it. Now, if you'll excuse us, Mummy, Daddy, we'll have a prince to find. Have to go to the place that's in between the two. What a pretty pendant. I imagined you had a penchant for baubles. Not exactly that. It was a gift from Princess Gwaelin to her beloved Edric. How romantic. It fails to explain why it suddenly begun to glow. Well, it hardly matters, I suppose. Finding my brother is the urgent business of the day. There he is.
Oh, the very rascal I have been at such pains to find. Your father told me of the terrible news from Moonbrook, and that you journey there to learn the truth. Pray, allow me to accompany you on your expedition. I cannot rightly remain idle while my kin ventures into dangers unknown. What? Why are you?
Because I too heard the news from Moonbrook. That is why I've been helping the prince to find you, that you might venture there together.
Is that so? Then I owe you my thanks and my apologies.
Accepted. Now let us repair home. We mustn't keep Mother and Father waiting.
It is a pleasure to join your fellowship.
did not say it. It was a pleasure for me too. It was almost like being a hero.
Okay, so... that compared to the items I'm carrying, just in case I have something... Okay, I knew that feather cap might be useful for something. And leather armor. Oh no, wait. Oh no, I can use that because I already have something better. Alright, that works. Heal, sizzle, poof. Okay. Flame slash. Okay. Let's see. Main sickle. Okay, the rapier he has is better, so... Alright, that's good enough for the moment. Alright, let's go ahead and take our next break before we proceed on. We'll be right back. All right. Onward and forward. All right, I have to set him to not be automatic so I can actually control him. Follow orders.
I'm at you! Yeah!
Let's see. Scale shield. We give it to. Yeah, the middle prince is not quite as tanky as my character is, so. All right.
Father, Mother, I am returned, and find myself most troubled by recent goings-on in Moonbrook.
As do I. Though it is a relief to see thee at last in the company of thy cousin. 1,000 apologies, young Middenhall, for my wayward offspring inconveniencing thee so.
Oh, tush! I didn't inconvenience him in the slightest. And even if I did, the prince is far too kind a soul to say so. Isn't that right, fair cuz?
Allow me to offer mine own apology. If I had only been here.
'Tis of little import now. More pressing matters are at hand. A calamity most foul hath befallen Moonbrook. Thy cousin, Middenhall, bravely ventureth forth to survey that place and rescue the king and princess. Should rescue be possible, I would have thee accompany him on this quest. Lend him thy succor. Prove that blood is a bond that none can tear asunder.
Yes, Father. As scions of mighty Erdrick, naught shall stand in our way.
The road to Moonbrook passeth through Gwaelin's Gate, to the south and west of here. Take with you this parchment, and present it to the guards at the gate. They will grant you passage. May the goddess go with you.
Brother, wish you well.
Okay. I kind of figured she wasn't joining the party permanently. At least not for right now. Okay. Or so from what I remember originally from 2, once we go past the gate, things get really difficult really quickly, but I don't know how that's balanced this time around, but I guess we'll see if I run into issues or if I need to prep a little bit more or not. Yep. Yeah, now that I have a healer, there should be a lot less general issue. Can you hear me? Pray tell, what happened here? Forgive us, your highness. Foul fiends did overwhelm us. 2 of them, creature of kind not hit or seen in these parts. They appeared most suddenly. We did confront them in the corridors below, thinking to prevent their passage, but alas. Such violent their assault that the walls were rendered asunder. A great deluge did come crashing in. And worse than this, they gained access to the kingdom after all. Forgive us, we have failed in our duty. Failed nonsense, you did all you could and more. And for that the realm thanks you. We praise the Almighty that you did not pay for your heroism with your lives. Nonetheless, this is far from good news. It seems that the way to Moonbrook would appear to be blocked. Forgive us 1,000 times. Oh no, it is not you who must forgive me. I did not intend to denigrate your admirable efforts. An idea did occur to me. Northwest of here lies a cavern upon a lake which might be found a most wondrous treasure, the bottomless pot. It's been passed down through the royal line since my kingdom's founding. It's said to possess the power to extract dampness from even the soggiest of soggiest. Though its diminutive size, its capability to draw on waters is such that the whole oceans could disappear along with it, or so legends say. A mere flooded passageway or two should be but a moments for such a wonder. Let us return to my father and inform him what has come to pass here, and thence to the cavern and the pot within. Nay, Highness, let us report to the king, the father your king. It's the least we can do. Pray go and directly retrieve the fabled pot. The cavern you seek is on the isle in the center of the lake. You can't miss it. Without it, our duty here is meaningless. Who needs hath the flooded passageway of guards? But friends, you are hurt, are you certain? More uncertain, your highness, and may heaven smile upon your kindness. The fiends may escape our clutches, but in turn we escape the worst of their wrath. Fear not, we are more than fit to make the journey to the castle. Very well, then I shall do as you say and entrust the task of appraising Father what has happened here. Shall we make to the northwest cave and the treasure therein? Oh, that's for the auto thing, which I'll probably avoid using for the most part. Oh, I almost forgot about the scroll of crack. Okay. Well, he can learn that, so let's go ahead and give it to him. Okay, I don't remember this cave that they're talking about being part of the plot. I don't remember exactly, but might be our first deviation, because I think if I remember correctly, we were able to proceed right after that point, but I don't remember. This one's a little bit fuzzier to me than the first game was, probably because it's been a longer period of time since I played it.
This may burn.
There we go. Throw some rocks.
Sis!
Yeah, I think this is different, because I don't remember the... Now, the endless plot, the bottomless pot is something that's been in other Dragon Quest games, but I don't remember it being a part of 2. Unless I'm forgetting something. Here are those wasps before they start multiplying.
Have at you!
You seek the cave of the lake, 'tis further westward if you head, friends. This lake has no isle nor cave upon it, only a bridge that leads to nowhere. Most mysterious, is it not? Yeah, it's definitely nowhere at the moment. This must be important. Dreamer's Lake. Keep this in mind for later. I'm sure it looks fancy enough that it looks like it's important for something. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so... Got careless. Okay, teleport. Gotta go revive him first. I forgot that he's a little squishier. See, effective against the undead. Given that we just died to, that might be a good thing to bet, even if it's not a huge attack boost. All right, onward and forward. There we go. Better than nothing, I guess. There we go, that's more like it. Sweet. I think that's poison removal, if I remember right. Yeah, it's poison removal. Heal up. Dizzle. Well, to clear most of them anyway. Muster strength. Okay. Can power up a turn. Well, that did the trick. Good enough, I suppose. buff. Okay, so increased defense. Okay, there's our lake. Are you hurt? Wake up, please. He's grown cold. No, how could this? He was a soldier of our realm, a guard simply doing his duty. Must proceed with caution, dragon. First Moonbrook, then Gwendolyn's Gate, and now this. Worse things have we feared have maybe afoot. Let's see. Good, got rid of those ants quickly enough. Treasure. Chimera wing if I'm forced to escape again. Goodbye. Okay. I already have a feather cap, so that's not helpful. Well, that was straightforward enough here. Boomerang. Okay, it can be used by him. It's actually as strong as the knife is, so unless I'm fighting an that's probably the better weapon to use right now. You still won't be spending so much magic on just AoE attacks. Oh, pot. Metal. Chain sickle. Okay, he can't use it anyway. There'll be sales spotter later. Oh, convenient healing platform. Magic water. Fizz and dodgy dance. Medicine. Dragon scale. Okay, it's probably more beneficial for him at the moment. Give him the strong medicine just in case we need to heal. That, as we say, is that. Okay, we definitely have a boss battle coming up. This is our first big one of this game. And much like in the previous one, this did not have a boss area before. Oh, is it a sigil? Have we found one, brother? I fear not. The items described to us were little more than ordinary stones. Oh, boo. We heard the humans were keeping something of import here, and I was foolish enough to hope. Are you the foul fiends who slew the poor men at the entrance of this cave? Who this, Answer me! I suppose we were stripping. The men were foolish enough to try to stop us, but they got their deserts. Why would you? How could you simply... Simply what, little friend? Silence a sniveling nuisance? We found fiends do such things with ease. You will. What's this? Silence apparent nuisance more sniveling than last? I suppose we will. Well, shall we do this? Come on, you. Through, little humans. Look out, dragon. Targeting the spellcaster is probably the better plan here. Yeah, the healer.
Apologies.
Oh no, you stopped my non-spellcaster from casting spells. Oh no, whatever will I do? Just gonna hit you again. Okay, it's one down. Since this one's a flyer, I can make better use of the flying need to do more damage anyway. About the healer, this thing should go down pretty easily, I would think. Of course, this remake has caught me off guard before, so probably shouldn't be so certain of that. Yeah, they mentioned the sigils from the last game. Because the sigils were part of Dragon Quest II originally and weren't featured in 1. So they just create a connection to why the sigils exist, basically. And that, as we say, is that.
We are victorious!
Indeed we are. Helm Splitter. Yeah, I think that just lowers an attack that lowers defense, if I remember right. And back, so it just teleports out of the caves. We bested them. Thanks solely for your efforts, of course. I had faced them alone. These might have been the same creatures that attacked the Gwenland Gate. The men mentioned before the monsters aren't usually seen in these parts, and I, for one, have never seen such beasts before. Behold, the bottomless pot. These creatures spoke of sigils, was it? But never mind that. Let's away to the Galen's Gate. The passageway must have been cleared of water, but we must journey onward. Okay, keep those in mind for whenever we find the thief key. Okay, we actually have a little bit of extra money now, so probably before we head that direction. Let's head to Canuck and spend a little bit of that money before we move along. Let's see, Iron Lance. Okay, that'll be fine for when the Divine Dagger, when the boomerang isn't needed. Alright. Extra items I don't need. Oh, that means I can give him a new lance, too. Use sickle anymore. Okay, that's about all I can do for the moment. A little more money I could, but...
How about you?
We come bearing the bottomless pot. Let us make haste and see if it does not clear the waters blocking our path. Dragon plunges the bottomless pot into the water. Behold, it's a miracle, a wonder. Truly our realm is blessed with great treasures indeed. Passage beneath might be trod once more. Then tread them we shall, Moonbrook awaits. Remain ever vigilant, man. We don't know what perils might visit us yet. We shall. We have taken the days of peace for granted. And that much we see now, but we shall not do it again. The next foul feet assails us, we will be ready. In that time we shall not fail you. Galwin's gate will not fall when we yet stand. Pray to be, I leave the gate in your incapable hands. Take care on the road, Highness. Mostly took him down. Necklace of immunity. Guess that prevents poison. A few different paths.
How about you?
Okay, it looks like the main path, so let's just check out this other direction real quick. Bell's shield. Oh, shell shield, okay. I can't use that, but I can use this. Have you visited the shrine south of Middenhall? No. Oh, if you'd done so, you would have met my brother. He wanders this land of ours from coast to coast, from hill to dale. Many intriguing tales he gathers on his travels. Okay, this island doesn't lead anywhere. That's what I kind of figured. Bill picked up a new shield. And picked up a tidbit, so that's helpful. But back on course.
How about you?
Yeah, this place equally trashed on the other side as would be expected. A group of cobras.
How about you?
Propeller blade scroll. Okay, that's definitely something I can use. Propeller blade. I don't remember what that does. Whirling windly slaughter a single enemy. Blur the Winds. Moonhand, Moonbrook. Oh, running a little close there. Not that it matters now. Well, guess I'll need to stop it in now. Moon This must be Moonahan. What is that? Fascinating. I thought only Canuck was the only kingdom had such a stored heirloom. I think Mindenhall had its own, the Princess's Pledge. What purpose does its glowing serve? Perhaps it's trying to tell us there's something or someone here deserving of our attention. But there's only one way to find out. Come, let's see what this town has for us. Welcome, wanderers, to Fair Moonaham. If you're making for Moonbrook, why not tarry here a while on your way? Really, as Father says, when the heart speaks, let the soul listen. By which he means that we should always do what we wish to do. Stay a while and play. The Moonbrookers are somewhat an over-serious lot, but they're good people nonetheless. I was once a wrongdoer, but set to the right path thanks to their interventions, and I live both righteously and well. King of the place is a great man indeed. Even I, a lowly nobody, could see that from the first. Flying dagger. There was once a place beneath Moonhand to which its citizens were able to escape should the worst come to pass. I wonder if it is still there. Pretty friends, is thou in possession of a tombola ticket or two? Pray remember then that tombola is but a diversion. Suffer it to not turn thy head from thy truest path. I wish I had another try on the tombola. Okay, yeah, I remember what this is. There's a few decent prizes, so we'll give it our best. Interesting. Of course, yeah, neither of them can use the dancer costume, so it doesn't matter. Not that. I was not able to sail the ocean waves. Nay, the to and froing of the boat does render me right queasy each and every time. Journey westward from here and continue onward. In time, you'll reach the port town of somewhat standing, or so is said. Humble a ticket. Have you noticed that how those claim to deal exclusively in items sometimes trade weaponry and armor? If you have not, it's because you spend too much time browsing their wares. I suggest from now on you expect every single object they offer on a single merchant. Do not miss the purchase of a lifetime. And that will probably be useful later. Probably should equip the Iron Lance just to make sure that I'm checking the highest attack I have. Bronze armor. Okay, that's about all I can do for the moment with that. Where are the soldiers of Moonbrook who periodically stop by to see that all is well in Muraham? I haven't seen them in some time. If you wish to visit Moonbrook, you only need to journey a short way to the south and west of this place. If you do, pray ask where they have been of late. It is said that each of the realms founded by those legendary hero lines did receive its own great treasure. To Mitterham was given the princess's pledge, to Cannock the bottomless pot, and to Moonbrook Ra's very own mirror. What part of these treasures possess, I wonder? Might make some person rich beyond their wildest dreams, perhaps. Okay, we're actually heading for our next break here, so let's go ahead and do that, and we'll be right back. Onward and forward. Once upon a time, I did business in a small settlement among the woods east of here. Alas, it was raised by fiends and has laid abandoned ever since. I myself fled to the shrines to the southwest, hoping to serve the soldiers of Mulbrook stationed there. Alas, they are steadfast to a fault. Not only do they keep a tight grip on the shrine, they do so with their purse strings, refusing to ever buy more than what they needed. If only they would cease worrying about the future and be more liberal in their spending. More of those tickets. When the fiends grow more numerous, our helm is surrounded on all sides with realms found by the mighty lions of the mighty Edric. Surely, if there's any safe in the world, it is here. Of late, the fiends grow even more numerous and vicious. Would that the soldiers be sent from Moonbrook to watch over us. Nope, we're only hopping. The little pup, most adorable and good-tempered, did appear in town a few days since. I wonder what came of it. Following me at the exact moment, lady. Many years ago, we, Mudahan, were visited by the king of Moonbrook, Middle Holland, Canuck. Well acquainted they seemed. Full plain was the friendship between them. It warms my heart to look back on their smiling faces even now. I beg your pardon, you're all descendants of the mighty Edric? I once worked at the royal palace. Fancying me to such luminaries here in the village, I am blessed indeed. Seed of wisdom. Okay, it wants me to go over there. Sir, you're a knight of Moonbrook, are you not? Are you well? Nay, my heart aches for my kingdom. Pray, tell me all that you know. What exactly befell Moonbrook? Would that I knew. I was tasked to guard the shrine east of the castle that day. Yet, to my frustration, none came to relieve me of my post. Some hours later, I returned to the castle to upbraid my fellow guardsmen for their idleness, and they were all... Please, tell us more if it's not too painful. Go see it with your own eyes, and you'll be under no illusion what threat our realm faces. Because we shall not find our fate in Moonbrook after all. Boomerang, boomerang, fly away. this direction, I guess. Kill everything that tries to annoy me in the meantime, I guess. Be shiny, must get shiny. Lance. Yep, they did a decent number on this place.
Goddess, do you remember coming here when we were children? It was resplendent. Flowers as far as the eye could see. Shining marble from ceiling to floor. The Queen, so beautiful, before her untimely passing. Now all that remains is this. I never imagined for a moment that the devastation would be so extreme. This is too much. We can but pray that the king and the princess escaped in time. Come, let us explore further. Your Majesty?
How so? My kingdom ruins.
Your Majesty, we are here.
No redemption. Evil such as this. My beloved daughter, I beg of thee, live.
He was already gone. I did not know what it meant to die. For a kingdom to fall. To have everything that one holds dear taken. Why would anyone? What was that? Could there yet be survivors? Quick, let us hurry to the courtyard. The noise came from there.
Run, leave me, thou must need run, the fire it. Yep. Yeah, this area was a little bit more straightforward in the original version, where it was just you kind of walk through. You talk to the flame people. The king's flame tells you, mentions something about the mirror and the daughter, and that's about the extent of it. The fiends we had kept in prison, they too attacked. How long have they been planning this wickedness? Undead Undoer Scroll. Oh, either of them can learn it. I'll give it to him as my physical attacker. Oh, that's not good. Well, guess it didn't matter. must protect the royal treasure. The fiends are liars and dismemberers. Only by that might we see through their lies. Dollar cap. Holy Lance. Okay, I can't use that. Dollar's cap. Okay, we can't get to it that way. That way. Ow. Out of MB here. Well, I guess I'm not anymore. Zap. Adult herbs. These things aren't really undead, so it doesn't do that much good to hit them with that, I don't think. Fiends, they come. Someone, anyone, save us. Oh, I missed the direct path earlier. Oh, well. Well, now it's going to be the long route back around again. All right. Just something. Not much farther now. I shall be free of these walls. go down. Let's... Please spare me. My beloved son awaits my return in Left Wind. That's the father of that kid from before. See if I can get more than one hit off of this.
It must have been the sound of rubble or some such falling. There's no life here. Not anymore. Well, save this lone flower. Do you remember that town we passed on our journey here? I suggest we visit it on our way home. If the princess or anyone else survived, mayhaps someone there might know.
The shrine. Find her.
Well, that clearly was not the king. Whoever it was, it would seem they have other plans for us. A shrine to the east, was it?
Yep.
It is the rummest thing, though. I am certain I have heard that voice before. I just cannot place it. But what I do know is that our quest is not done yet. Eastwards we go. I knew you would agree. You feel it too, do you not? We can trust her. Anyhow, let us take our leave. I would fain be gone from this mournful place.
Because, yeah, this would be the point where we would be looking for the shrine, the Rosmere in the original game. Why? Why Moonbrook? So far, and so fair laid waste. Full moon ring. Keep this in mind, this area in mind when we get the other stuff later. Okay. Oh. Let's see here. Magic water.
Have at you!
Yeah, that looks like the location of the mirror on the original map. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here. Let's see. Okay. Except there was no shrine in the original game. In the original game, you were basically given a general location that you would hit. It basically worked like they gave you a swamp you had to enter, and you need to go, I think it was between 4 bridges or 3 bridges or something like that. It was one of those kind of more cryptic things. It's not related to bridges. Down you go. It appears to be a mirror, but why would somebody leave it here? Wait, that voice that spoke to us in Moonbrook, could it have been what it wished for us to seek out? Regardless, it was an item of clear significance. Come, let's take it with us. Obtain Ra's mirror. Now, if we may, I should like to revisit the town we passed along the way. I sense our business is not done yet. And I know exactly why. At this point, it was up. The only clue you were given for the princess was the fact that that she was turned into a dog. There's only one dog we've seen up to this point, so process of elimination, though they don't say anything like that here. Princess's pledge glows anew. There's no doubt there's something in this town it would have us witness. After all, the necklace is said to guide those of Edric's bloodline, does it not? It'd hardly lead us astray. Unless we would see whatever is exciting it so. Before I do anything, though, I'm gonna heal. Hello, princess.
Where am I? Cousin Middenhall? Cousin Canuck?
Princess! Praise the Almighty!
But why are you... and why am I...
Well, Moonbrook was attacked, and...
But of course, countless fiends have set upon the castle. Father needs my help. Quickly, cousins, we must hie to Moonbrook's defense. Wherefore do you tarry so?
We are but recently returned from the castle, or what remains of it. We found no survivors.
This cannot be. Oh, my apologies. I seem quite unable to stand.
There is nothing to apologize for. You have been through so much. You must rest. Come, we will carry you.
I know not how to thank you. I feel much more myself now.
And full glad am I to hear it. May I suggest we rest here for the night before making for Middenhall in the morning? You can stay there in safety till all this is over.
No, I will not. I will not rest until Hargon is dead.
Hargon? The name feels somewhat familiar. Yes. He was the villain behind the sacking of Renderak, was he not? You mean to say that he was behind the attack on...
I do. Moonbrook fell by his hand. I shall be ever grateful to you for restoring me to my senses, but I did not survive to be locked away in a gilded cage. Besides, neither Cannock nor Middenhall will ever be truly safe while the High Priest yet lives. This is why I must have his head.
It is as you say, Princess. Nowhere is safe anymore. No matter how our fathers fortify our kingdoms against these fiends, we should always be living in fear. And I, for one, balk at it. Don't you, cuz? Your cause is ours, Princess. Together we shall restore peace to this fair realm. True peace.
It pleases me immeasurably to hear it.
And yet, I ask that you allow us to return to Cannock and Middenhall first. Our fathers bade us report what we discovered here, and I would not disappoint them.
Yes, of course. If I might ask something of you in turn, I would visit Moonbrook Castle. I must needs see the aftermath with mine own eyes.
For now, I think it best we all get some rest while we can. We have much to do on the morrow. Psst, wake up. Sorry, I know you are tired, but there is a matter of much import I would discuss with you. Would you step outside with me a while?
Okay, so before we talk to him, I did notice a few shifts they did here. It seems like the dog transformation was changed slightly. It was indicated in the original versions of the game that the transformation into a dog was done as a curse on the princess by Haggard. But it seems like this is suggesting more that her father, the king, transformed her in order to help her escape, based on the comment where he said, "They know our faces." That sounds like that's one thing that's definitely been shifted here. And also, the conversation leading up, in the original, the princess just kind of nonchalantly joins our group afterwards, immediately, without really even processing what has taken place. So yeah, they're already doing a number for the characters and giving them actual motivations outside of just being the chosen characters that have to do this. But let's talk to Enoch.
My apologies. I did not want to risk the princess overhearing us. I have been thinking. We are all three of us descended from the hero of legend, are we not? And come the morrow, we embark upon a quest to end the ambitions of the fiendish High Priest Hargon. At first I deemed it destiny. We three scions of Erdrick striving together for the same cause. Yet the more I thought upon it, the more my doubts grew. As the matter stands, we do not fight for the same cause she does. You and I fight to protect those we cherish, but she has already lost them. The princess fights to exorcise the grief. We may never be able to soothe the princess's pain, nor replace her family. But perhaps we can. Though I must say I doubt she will ever think of me as family when I am constant. Do you think she would bristle if I call... Perhaps it... cousin. On that matter, do tell me, should I say something foolish? Thank you, cousin.
Then the morning comes.
Three paths lie before us. 1 to Cannock, 1 to Middenhall, and 1 to Moonbrook Castle. We must walk all 3, but not necessarily in that order.
Quite. Let us take our leave. Just a moment. If we are to travel together, then I see little need to stand on ceremony. Pray.
Did you hear that? I was right all along. It is destiny.
And you're a dunce. Okay. Dancer costume. Okay, so yeah, she's our kind of high-powered mage character. She doesn't do much physically speaking, but she's our biggest support and the most magic damage we can do. Steel broadsword. Increases that by 6 and by 2. See, equip bronze armor. Alright, that should get me by for the moment. Let's see what we're doing for time here. So let's actually go a little bit longer. It's Friday night, so I don't have to worry so much about stopping exactly on time. Okay, she has Zoom, so let's head to Mindenhall first, and then make our way through. Oh. Some sort of quest here. Fine timing, friend. We've just taken a delivery of an excellent new selection of items. Pray and cast. Okay. Okay, so they got all sorts of new stuff. When I have money again, anyway.
Princess of Moonbrook, it is truly a relief to see thee well. Thou hast done me right proud in seeing the princess safely back to us, my son. And you, young Canuck, thy father sent tidings of thine own heroism. I thank thee for resolving to accompany my son on his travels. I do not doubt that he is greatly emboldened by thy company.
Alas, Moonbrook is...
I see. So Hargon is indeed abroad once more. We must give thanks at least that thou wert delivered safely unto Mindenhall, Princess. Thou hast suffered much, but thou wilt suffer no longer while I yet live. Pray, remain here in the castle, that no further danger might befall thee.
Thou hast my thanks, Majesty. And yet I cannot accept this kindness. I am resolved to journey with my cousins, to see that Hargon pays for his crimes.
Thou art? We know not even where Hargon is to be found, and yet you would seek him out wheresoever he may be and slay him.
We would, and we will not be swayed. We will fight to the last to see that none of the other realms suffers the fate that befell Moonbrook. For we are the descendants of mighty Erdrick, and this is our duty.
Indeed it is, and I applaud your recognition of it. Why, I'm halfway inclined to accompany you myself.
And yet thou must needs remain here and guard thy realm. We understand, Majesty. None can know when the Horde might strike again.
You speak the truth, of course. My duty lieth here in Mindenhall. The duty of ridding us of foul Hargon and returning peace to this world must fall to you, young heroes. I await your triumphant return. Thou wilt prevail, my son. Thou must. This shall prove, should such proof ever be required, that thou art of the royal line of Mindenhall. May it aid thee in thy quest.
Markham Midhall. Oh. It's just a key item that's used when I need to prove something. Okay. I do want to go for a little bit longer, but before we do that, I'm going to have to jump into another break here, so we'll be right back. Okay. One thing I am noticing quite a bit with this is that the pacing of the story is very different. Mostly in terms of what leads up to everything, because in the original version of the story, there's no real hesitation in terms that you're going to go fight Hagon. Like, the original game starts up, the whole cutscene plays out, and the king is just sort of like, go, bad guy up, go kill. And that kind of sets you off to find the two other party members. There's never any, like, discussion between any of the characters is decide, yeah, we're gonna do this because we have reasons to do this. It's just kind of assumed. So that's definitely an improvement already, just because it feels less like, you know, the characters aren't necessarily being drugged by their heels. I mean, they can do a lot just to have, you know, character motivations. Okay, some of the starting areas are getting new items and stuff.
Princess, full glad am I to see thee whole and hale. But what of thy father?
Alas, I alone escaped this.
It cannot be. It simply cannot be. Mighty Moonbrook.
We can only imagine what thou hast suffered, dear child. If there is aught we...
You are kind indeed. All...
So, where next? Journeyest thou?
The three of you alone mean to take on foul...
Better that than to live in fear. To live in a world governed by fear.
Valiant words indeed, my son. But this is not a fight that may be walked away from with mere cuts and bruises. Knowing this, that... Truly, the blood of mighty Erdrick doth flow through thy veins.
Watch over these lands in my absence, father. Over Cannock itself. Over Gwaelin's Gate. Over the lakes and the lands beyond. We know not when the fiends might strike again.
Fear not, my son. Though I grew complacent in the face of such long-lasting peace, I suffer that affliction no longer. Cannock's defenses will be redoubled. Thou needest not worry on that score.
Ah, one more thing before we depart. The monsters we encountered spoke of sigils. It seems they seek them out. Know you of what they might be?
Sigils? Did they mean perhaps the 5 great symbols of power made so long ago by mighty Erdrick?
I have heard tell of these. Though they seem to the naked eye as mere stones, they impart great power upon those who wield them. Power destructive and redemptive both.
But why should the monsters be at such pains to acquire them? Do they covet that self-same power, perhaps?
We can only guess. As to the fiend's motive, and alas, as to the whereabouts of the sigils. For it is not known where or in whose keeping mighty Erdrick left them.
But wheresoever they may be, they cannot be suffered to fall into the hands of those who would use them for evil. And if Hargon's minions do indeed mean to make them their own, then in seeking them out, perhaps Hargon too might be found.
Perhaps indeed. We shall endeavor to discover all that might be known about them.
One last thing before thou departest. This will make proof of thy bloodline to any who might seek such proof.
Mark of Cannock.
Thank you, father, mother. Now, I must away to adventure.
May fortune follow thee, beloved son. And shouldst thou ever find thyself in need, do not hesitate to return to us.
2 out of the 3. Well, let's head to Moonbrook and deal with the sadness. Is this truly all that remains? As if it were in a nightmare. Yet it seems reality can be cruel than our most fearful dreams. Are you resolved to venture inside? We can turn back if you wish. No, no turning back.
Can this truly be the self-same throne?
Is aught the matter?
My father kept the mark of Moonbrook here, the emblem of the crown, but it is gone.
What? You do not mean the monster stole it?
I cannot say for certain, though I can think of no other explanation.
Princess!
Chancellor! Guards! You are alive!
And so art thou! Oh, Highness, I thought that we had lost thee. Words cannot express how my heart soareth this moment.
The feeling is certainly mutual. 'Tis a miracle that you are unharmed.
No miracle, Highness. Only happenstance. When the fiends attacked, we were leagues northwest of here, making for Rippleport at thy royal father's behest. Were it not for this, we too would surely have...
Why Rippleport?
The town is a maritime gateway to the rest of the realm. His Majesty had hoped to expand our trade routes, and sent us to inquire about securing ships for said purpose.
This sounds precisely the sort of place we ought to visit. With a vessel of our own, we could hunt our quarry across the realm. Though I confess, I haven't the slightest inkling how one might go about securing a ship.
It shameth me to admit it, Highness, but neither do I. Alas, our journey to Rippleport ended at the Dragon's Horns.
The pair of towers on the road to the west, beyond the plains.
Indeed, Princess. A great stretch of water lieth betwixt the two. One far too wide to swim across. And, well, without a boat.
Blast! For a moment I thought our next destination was decided. To Rippleport, and thence to sail the seas in search of High Priest Hargon. But if we cannot even reach Rippleport, how are we to find him? Let alone slay him?
You mean to? Lo, Princess, thou art a beacon of hope for us all. Alas, so long as the strait remaineth unpassable...
Chancellor, forgive the intrusion, but dost thou recall the time His Majesty leapt from the highest tower of the castle?
Thou speakest of father.
Indeed. Our kingdom is home to a cloak known as the Windbreaker, said to allow its wearer to glide through the skies. One day, His Majesty decided to test the theory.
Aye, my lord. If thou rememberest, His Majesty came down leagues from the castle. And so I thought, if one were to leap from the top of the Dragon's Horns wearing the Windbreaker, one might yet reach the far bank.
An inspired proposal. Though, wherefore didst thou neglect to share this when we were by the towers?
For that we did not have the Windbreaker with us, my lord. And furthermore, for that I feared how an aerial voyage might bear upon thine aged frame.
Ah, yes, well...
The princess and her companions, however, should have no such concerns.
We shall use this windbreaker to soar across the strait to Ripperport, shall we not?
In that case, allow me to bequeath this unto thee, Princess. There lieth a tower to the southeast, known as the Pillar of the Winds. It houseth the windbreaker that was once thy father's. This key will grant thee entrance.
The thief's key.
Pray allow us to handle matters here in Moonbrook, Highness. As for thine own journey, thou must follow the whispers of thy heart.
I shall, Chancellor. Come then, cousins, to the Pillar of the Winds.
Okay, I can now open the red doors. It's time to do some door hunting. See, that's the... Highness, these are the cells where we keep the villainous and low. This is no place for a prince. Say, friend, possesses thou the key his here cell? Set the four-man free who hasn't done ne'er a wrong in his life. Beyond this point only lies retrobates and wrongdoers who dangerous approach. I would advise you not to go any further. Crackle scroll. Let's see. I already gave him crack. I'll give him crackle too. Let's see. Rivas vest. I just remembered something that just crossed my mind that I may have missed. Nothing in here. Okay, there's some locked doors in the dungeon all the way upstairs, though I don't know if it's... may not even be the right doors. I don't remember if there was anything. The only place in this cave where there would be anything is that room off to the side. Okay, yeah, there's nothing in here. I do know there were two chests, red chests at the bottom of the lake cave that we went to earlier. This way.
How about you?
Oh, right. She's probably still on autopilot, isn't she? Let's see, tactics, all, follow orders. Yep, we're almost there. Whistle. Oh. Sorry, I'm checking on something real quick. Something was bothering me. Okay. Yep, no whip. Okay, it can only be used by her. Okay, got it. Okay. These portals don't do us any good right now. Let's see here. couple of doors here. Okay, that's locked for now. Somewhere out there, there is a place where the Holy Spirit herself once came to Earth. Thinking you such talk of spirits to be fanciful, I myself believe in a great power that protecteth the land and watch over us all. The Fizzle Scroll. Sounds like it's just a spell that removes the fizzle effect on things. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Okay. Okay, I remember there being a couple of chests, but I couldn't remember what color they were. This flower, they were my mother's favorite. She first grew them when I was born. Her mother then they hid the shrine, hid the mirror so it could be found one day? Seems kind of odd, but news stick. Okay. Oh, okay. The Shrine of Flames is over. Okay. There's one more thing I wanted to check before. Okay, so you can't actually get to that location in this version at this point. So I was remembering that tower to the south. used to be able to get it from right at the beginning of the game if you wanted to go, but... Okay, heading over to Swamp Shrine. Oh, okay. Actually further away than it looked. Okay, so we've picked up everything we can with the Thief's Key for now. And since it looks like that next dungeon is a little bit further out than I thought it was, so I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up for today here, I think. All right, heading back to the studio now. We'll begin wrapping up for tonight. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead, as I said, wrap up for today. As I kind of stated earlier tonight, I don't think we're going to do very many streams next week just because of the holiday stuff. But I'll keep you guys updated if anything comes up or an opportunity comes up. Otherwise, let's take a quick look here. Okay, we're actually pretty quiet here, so this is it for today. Thank you for joining me in the Nexus of Realms, and we'll see you next time.